Hey guys, here is the thesis of tonight's journey, and I want you to hold it loosely in your mind as you drift. The Terracotta Army was never just an army. It was a bureaucratic masterpiece buried in the dark, a declaration that death could be administered, that eternity could be staffed, and that a man who remade the living world in his image saw absolutely no reason the dead world should be any less orderly. 8,000 soldiers stand in formation beneath the fields of central China, and not one of them has received the order to stand down. The silence in those pits is not emptiness, it is discipline. And if you listen carefully tonight, between the facts and the dates and the archaeological details, you may begin to hear it, the silence of a world that was built to function forever, for an audience of one. In a darkness that was never meant to be broken, that is where we are going. Close your eyes whenever you are ready. The army will still be there. To understand why a man would build an underground empire, you must first understand the world that convinced him the surface needed to be conquered at all. For 2.5 centuries before the Terracotta Army was even conceived, China was not China. It was a collection of rival states, locked in a perpetual, grinding, spectacularly bloody contest for supremacy, that historians would later name the Warring States period, a stretch of time, running roughly from 475 to 221 BCE, during which the very concept of a unified Chinese civilization existed only as a fading memory of the Zhou dynasty's early promise, and a recurring dream in the writings of philosophers who were, for the most part, ignored by the kings they hoped to advise. There were 7 major states: Qi in the east, Chu in the south, Yan in the north, Han, Wei and Zhao clustered in the central plains, and Qin in the far west perched on the edge of the known world like a wolf watching from a ridgeline. Each had its own currency, its own system of weights and measures, its own script, its own laws, and its own very firm opinion that it was destined to rule the others. They were wrong about the last part, most of them, but they were extraordinarily committed to the argument. The scale of warfare during this period is difficult to overstate. These were not skirmishes between feudal lords with a few hundred retainers. The warring states saw the rise of mass conscription armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, the development of crossbow technology, the use of cavalry, the construction of defensive walls along state borders, precursors to what would later become the Great Wall, and battles whose casualty figures, even allowing for the exaggeration common to ancient sources, are staggering. The Battle of Changping in 260 BCE, fought between the states of Qin and Zhao, reportedly ended with the surrender and subsequent execution of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, buried alive in mass graves by the Qin general Bai Qi. Whether the number is precisely accurate is debatable, that it was catastrophic is not. This was the world into which the future first emperor was born, a world where war was the default condition, where alliances shifted like sand, where entire populations could be relocated or exterminated as a matter of strategic calculation, and where the idea of lasting peace was not naive so much as incomprehensible. And yet, amid this relentless violence, the Warring States period was also one of the most intellectually fertile eras in human history. The chaos of the age produced a remarkable flourishing of philosophical thought, as thinkers grappled with the question of how to restore order to a fractured world. Confucius had already laid the groundwork in the preceding spring and autumn period, arguing that moral cultivation, ritual propriety, and hierarchical harmony were the path to good governance. His intellectual descendants, Mencius, who believed human nature was fundamentally good, and Xunzi, who disagreed, continued the debate. The Taoists, following Laozi and Zhuangzi, suggested that the problem was not insufficient order but excessive interference, that the best government was the one that governed least, that the way was found not in control but in yielding. The Mohists, followers of Mozi, advocated universal love and defensive warfare, constructing elaborate siege defense technologies while arguing that aggressive war was morally indefensible. And then there were the Legalists, the school that would ultimately win, at least in the short term, who looked at the chaos and concluded that human beings were fundamentally selfish, that virtue was a pleasant fiction, and that only clear laws, strict punishments, and absolute state authority could impose the order that morality could not. This philosophical ferment matters for our story because the tomb of the first emperor is not merely a hole in the ground filled with expensive objects. It is a philosophical argument rendered in clay, bronze, and earth. It is the legalist answer to the question of what happens after death, applied with the same ruthless systematization that the legalists applied to taxation, military conscription, and criminal punishment. The tomb was not a shrine to the gods or a prayer for spiritual transcendence. It was an administrative structure, an underground government, complete with soldiers, officials, entertainers, horses, and weapons, organized along precisely the same hierarchical principles that governed the living empire. To understand the tomb, you must understand the warring states, because the tomb is the warring states' answer, not peace through wisdom, not harmony through virtue, but order through total, comprehensive bureaucratic control extended past the boundary of death itself, as if death was simply another province that had not yet been properly administered. The centuries of fragmentation left a scar on the Chinese political imagination that would endure for millennia. The idea that division was the natural prelude to catastrophe, that unity was the only guarantee of stability, that a strong central authority was not a luxury, but a necessity. These convictions were forged in the warring states and hammered into permanence by the man who ended them. When Qin Shi Huang built his tomb, he was not merely preparing for his own death. He was building a monument to the principle that had defined his life, that the world, left to its own devices, will tear itself apart, and that only the imposition of a single, unifying will can hold it together. The tomb was that will, projected into eternity, and the 8,000 soldiers were its enforcers, standing ready in the dark for a disorder that, in the underground world at least, would never come. I, the boy who would be emperor, the man who would unify China and then attempt to unify the afterlife, was born, according to most scholarly estimates, around 259 BCE, in the city of Handan, which was not a Qin city at all, but the capital of the rival state of Zhao, where his father was serving as a hostage prince in one of those complicated diplomatic arrangements that the warring states period specialized in producing. His name was Yingzheng, and the circumstances of his birth were, to put it gently, contested. His father, Yiren, was a minor prince of the Qin royal house, so minor, in fact, that he had been sent to Zhao as a political hostage, a living guarantee of a treaty that neither side particularly intended to honor. Yiren's prospects were bleak until he attracted the attention of a wealthy merchant named Lu Buwei, who saw in this forgotten prince an investment opportunity of extraordinary ambition. Lu Buwei lavished gifts on Yiren, cultivated political connections on his behalf, and according to the account that Sima Qian would record a century later, with the delicacy of a man handling something explosive, presented Yiren with a concubine from his own household, a woman who may or may not have already been pregnant with Lu Buwei's child. The implication, never quite stated directly in the historical record but never quite suppressed either, was that the future first emperor of China might not have been a Qin prince at all, but the biological son of a merchant. It is the kind of origin story that would keep court gossips employed for centuries, and it remains unresolvable. What matters for our purposes is that Yingzheng entered the world surrounded by ambiguity, intrigue, and the maneuvering of men who viewed other human beings primarily as instruments of their own advancement. It was, in retrospect, excellent preparation. Yiren, with Lu Buwei's backing, eventually returned to Qin and ascended the throne as King Zhuangxiang, only to die after a mere 3 years of rule in 247 BCE, leaving the throne to his 13-year-old son. Yingzheng became king of Qin at an age when most boys are navigating the politics of adolescence, not the politics of a state that was methodically consuming its neighbours. He was, of course, too young to rule in practice, and a regency was established with Lu Buwei serving as chancellor and, effectively, as the power behind the throne. The merchant who had engineered a prince's ascent now governed a kingdom through that prince's son. It was a remarkable achievement, and Lu Buwei enjoyed it for approximately a decade before the boy he had placed on the throne grew into a young man who did not enjoy being managed. The regency years were not quiet. Lu Buwei, whatever his political talents, made the error of installing a man named Lao Ai in the Queen Dowager's household ostensibly as a eunuch, though he was conspicuously not one to serve as her companion and, not incidentally, to redirect her attentions away from Lu Buwei himself, who had grown weary of the arrangement. Lao Ai, emboldened by royal favour and his own ambitions, fathered 2 children with the Queen Dowager and eventually attempted a coup in 238 BCE, reportedly using the Queen's seal to mobilise troops. The rebellion was crushed. Lao Ai was executed by being torn apart by chariots, a punishment that suggests the young king had strong feelings about the matter. Lu Buwei was stripped of his position and exiled. He later took poison rather than face further disgrace. The Queen Dowager was placed under house arrest. And Ying Zheng, at the age of 21 or 22, found himself in sole, uncontested control of the most powerful state in China, a state that had been building toward this moment for over a century. What happened next unfolded with a speed and decisiveness that still impresses military historians. Between 230 and 221 BCE, Qin conquered every remaining rival state. Han fell first in 230, then Zhao in 228, Wei in 225, Chu, the largest and most formidable opponent, in 223, Yan in 222, and finally Qi in 221, surrendering without significant resistance, its king having been effectively neutralized by Qin diplomacy long before Qin armies arrived at his gates. In 9 years, a young king, who had spent his adolescence watching older men scheme for power over his kingdom, had dismantled the entire political order of the Chinese world and replaced it with himself. He was 38 years old, and the tomb that would house his underground empire had already been under construction for 15 years, begun in 246 BCE when he first took the throne. The boy who would be emperor had started planning for eternity before he had finished conquering the present. The Qin war machine. The Terracotta Army is a portrait of the Qin military rendered in clay, and to understand why that portrait looks the way it does, why it is so regimented, so standardized, so relentlessly organized, you must understand the machine it was designed to replicate. Qin was not always the dominant state. For much of the early Warring States period, it was considered a backwater, a western frontier kingdom, culturally rough, geographically isolated by mountains and rivers, dismissed by the more sophisticated central states as barely civilized. The state of Qin occupied the Wei River Valley in what is now Shaanxi province, a region that gave it access to fertile agricultural land and defensible terrain, but placed it at the margins of the cultural and political heartland. What transformed Qin from a peripheral power into the conqueror of all China was not geography or luck, but a series of radical administrative reforms implemented in the 4th century BCE by a man named Shangyang. And those reforms are written into the DNA of the Terracotta Army as clearly as any inscription. Shangyang arrived in Qin around 361 BCE and convinced Duke Shao to implement a program of legalist governance that was, by any standard, revolutionary. The old aristocratic order was dismantled. Hereditary privilege was replaced by a meritocratic system in which rank and reward were tied directly to military performance, specifically to the number of enemy heads a soldier brought back from battle. This was not a metaphor. The Qin military operated on a system of 20 ranks, and advancement through those ranks was earned, literally, by decapitation. A soldier who presented 1 enemy head received 1 rank of promotion, along with a house, land, and servants. 2 heads earned further advancement. The system was brutal, precise, and extraordinarily effective at motivating an army to fight with enthusiasm. It also produced a society in which the military was not a specialized profession but a defining feature of civic life. Every able-bodied man was a potential soldier, and the state was organized, from top to bottom, to support the machinery of war. Shangyang's reforms extended far beyond the military. He reorganized the population into groups of 5 and 10 households, each collectively responsible for the behavior of its members, a mutual surveillance system in which your neighbor's crime could become your punishment. He standardized weights and measures within Qin a century before the first emperor would do the same across the entire empire. He broke the power of the aristocratic families, redistributed land to peasant farmers, and tied agricultural productivity directly to state power, the logic being that a well-fed army required well-managed farms, and well-managed farms required a state that controlled everything from irrigation to land tenure. The result was a state that functioned less like a kingdom and more like a military agricultural corporation, optimized for the production of grain and the projection of force, with every citizen locked into a system of obligations, rewards, and punishments that left very little room for individual discretion and even less for dissent. The Qin military that emerged from these reforms was, by the standards of the warring states, uniquely disciplined and terrifyingly efficient. Its soldiers fought in coordinated formations, equipped with standardized weapons produced in state-run workshops. Its crossbow triggers were manufactured with interchangeable parts, a concept that the rest of the world would not fully embrace for another 2 millennia. Its supply lines were maintained by a conscript labor force that doubled as agricultural workers during peacetime, and its commanders operated within a system that rewarded success and punished failure with equal rigor. A general who won a battle could expect promotion and wealth. A general who lost could expect execution, along with, in some cases, his extended family. The incentive structure was, to borrow a modern term, extremely well aligned. When you walk through the pits of the Terracotta Army and observe the rigid formations, the standardized body types, the ranked positions of officers and infantry, the careful deployment of cavalry and crossbowmen and charioteers into tactically coherent units, you are not looking at an artist's imaginative rendering of what an army might look like. You are looking at a faithful reproduction of the most sophisticated military organization in the ancient world, reproduced in clay by the very state that created it, using the very same principles of standardization, accountability, and hierarchical control that had made the real army unstoppable. The production marks stamped on the back of each warrior, linking it to a specific foreman and workshop, are the tomb's equivalent of the quality control systems that ensured every crossbow trigger in the Qin arsenal would function reliably in the field. The Terracotta Army is, in this sense, not merely a representation of the Qin war machine. It is the Qin war machine applied, with characteristic thoroughness, to the problem of the afterlife. IV. Unification, 221 BCE. The year 221 BCE is one of those dates that reshapes everything that comes after it, a hinge on which the door of history swings open into a room that had not existed before. When the last rival state, Qi, surrendered to Qin forces in 221 BCE, Ying Zheng found himself in possession of something that had not existed in living memory, and arguably had never existed in quite this form. A single, unified political entity encompassing nearly all of what we now consider China. The warring states were over. The centuries of fragmentation, alliance-breaking, mass conscription, and spectacular violence had produced, at last, a victor, and the victor was not a coalition or a confederation, but a single state with a single ruler whose authority ran, at least in theory, from the deserts of the northwest to the coasts of the East China Sea. The question that immediately presented itself was what to call the man who had accomplished this. King was insufficient. The old Zhou title of Wang King carried the taint of the very system that had just been abolished. A new title was required for a new kind of ruler. Ying Zheng and his advisors settled on Huangdi, a compound that fused the titles of the legendary 3 August Ones and the 5 Emperors, mythical sage rulers from the dawn of Chinese civilization. To this he prefixed Shi, meaning first, to create the title Qin Shi Huang Di, the 1st August Emperor of Qin. The title was not merely grandiose, it was a statement of intent. By reaching back to the mythological founders of Chinese civilization for his nomenclature, the first emperor was positioning himself not as the latest in a series of kings, but as the inaugurator of an entirely new order, one that was meant to endure, as he reportedly stated, for 10,000 generations. The numbering system he established first emperor, to be followed by the second, the third, and onward into an infinite imperial future, was itself an act of standardization applied to the succession of power. He was not merely claiming the throne, he was formatting eternity. The standardization that followed unification is the aspect of the first emperor's reign that historians most consistently regard as genuinely transformative. Within the span of a few years, the Qin government imposed a single written script across the empire, replacing the regional variations that had made communication between former states cumbersome and unreliable. A single currency was introduced, the round bronze coin with a square hole in the center, known as the ban liang, which would remain the basic template for Chinese coinage for over 2,000 years. Weights and measures were standardized, ensuring that a unit of grain in the former state of Chu weighed the same as a unit of grain in the former state of Yan. Even axle widths were standardized, so that carts from any region could travel on the same roads without getting stuck in ruts designed for different wheel spacings. New roads and canals were constructed to bind the empire together physically, including the straight road running north from the capital and the link canal connecting the Yangtze and Pearl River systems. The Great Wall, or rather, the linking and extension of existing state walls into a continuous northern barrier, was undertaken to defend against the nomadic Xiongnu. The empire was, in short, being rationalized. Every irregular edge was being filed down, every local variation brought into conformity with a single imperial standard. This is the context in which the tomb must be understood. The mausoleum of the first emperor was not an afterthought, not a project begun in the emperor's declining years as mortality loomed. It had been under construction since 246 BCE, 25 years before unification, and it grew in ambition as the empire grew in scope. If the living empire was to be standardized, unified, and administered with systematic precision, then the underground empire would be no different. The tomb would contain an army organized along the same lines as the real army. It would include officials, entertainers, horses, weapons, and chariots, arranged in the same hierarchical order that governed the world above. It would replicate the rivers of the empire in mercury and the heavens in jewels and pearl. It would be, in every meaningful sense, a second empire parallel, complete, and designed to function for the same 10,000 generations that the first emperor had promised his dynasty would endure. Qin Shi Huang standardized weights, measures, currency, and the written script across the entire empire. He then turned his attention to the afterlife, presumably disappointed that death had not yet been standardized as well. The tragedy, if you wish to call it that, is that the standardization worked better underground than above. The living empire would collapse within 15 years of its creation, torn apart by rebellion, court intrigue, and the fundamental unsustainability of governing a continental civilization through terror alone. The underground empire, by contrast, has maintained its order for 22 centuries. The soldiers still stand in formation, the bronze weapons still gleam, the officials still carry their writing tools, the chariots still face the direction they were pointed when the pits were sealed. The system that failed spectacularly in the world of the living has achieved something very close to permanence in the world of the dead. There is a lesson in that, though it is not entirely clear what the lesson is. The philosophy of legalism. Every tomb is, in some sense, a philosophical argument. The Egyptian pyramids argue for the divine nature of kingship. The Gothic cathedrals argue for the transcendence of the soul. The mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang argues that the afterlife is a management problem. The intellectual framework behind this argument is legalism, and it is worth pausing to understand it properly, because legalism is not merely the political philosophy that the Qin state happened to adopt. It is the operating system of the tomb. It is the reason the warriors have production marks on their backs. It is the reason the pits are organized by function. It is the reason the stone armor in Pit K 9801 exists as a separate category from the bronze weapons in Pit 1. Legalism is not background, it is structure. The legalist school of thought, as articulated most comprehensively by Han Feizi in the 3rd century BCE, began with a premise that was both unflattering and, depending on your temperament, refreshingly honest. Human beings are fundamentally self-interested. They do not behave virtuously because virtue is innate. They behave virtuously, when they do, because the incentive structure rewards virtue and punishes vice. Strip away the incentives, and the virtue evaporates. This was a direct repudiation of the Confucian belief that moral cultivation and ritual propriety could produce good governance, and it was a direct repudiation of the Taoist belief that minimal government and natural harmony was sufficient to maintain order. The legalists looked at the warring states and saw not a failure of virtue, but a confirmation of their thesis. Left to their own devices, human beings would compete, betray, and destroy one another. The solution was not better people, but better systems. Han Feizi, who was ironically a student of the Confucian scholar Xunzi, and who would eventually be imprisoned and poisoned in a Qin jail on the orders of his former classmate Li Si, articulated a theory of governance built on three pillars: Fa, law; Shu, methods of statecraft; and Shi, positional authority. The law was to be clear, public, and applied without exception or favoritism. The methods of statecraft were the techniques by which a ruler controlled his officials' surveillance, performance evaluation, the careful calibration of reward and punishment to ensure that no minister accumulated enough power to threaten the throne. Positional authority was the principle that the ruler's power derived not from personal virtue or charisma, but from the institutional structure of the state itself, from the position, not the person. A wise ruler, in Han Feizi's conception, did not need to be brilliant or benevolent. He needed only to sit at the center of a well-designed system and allow the system to function. Li Si, who served as the first emperor's chief minister and who was one of the principal architects of both the empire and, by extension, the tomb, was the practical embodiment of legalist governance. It was Li Si who oversaw the standardization program. It was Li Si who proposed the burning of books in 213 BCE. Not all books, but specifically the historical records of the defeated states and the philosophical texts of rival schools, on the grounds that allowing people to judge the present by the standards of the past was an invitation to dissent. It was Li Si who reportedly supervised the burial alive of scholars who protested this policy, though the historical evidence for this specific event is contested. And it was Li Si who, in all likelihood, played a central role in the design of the tomb complex, applying the same organizational principles to the emperor's afterlife infrastructure that he applied to the empire's taxation and legal systems. The tomb, understood through the lens of legalism, is not a religious monument. It is not a prayer. It is not an appeal to the gods for favorable treatment in the next world. It is a system, a self-contained, hierarchically organized, functionally differentiated system designed to replicate the administrative apparatus of the empire in a medium that would not decay, would not rebel, and would not require the constant vigilance that governing living human beings demanded. The Terracotta Army does not worship the emperor, it serves him. The officials in Pit K6 do not pray for his soul, they administer his realm. The entertainers in Pit K9901 do not celebrate a spiritual afterlife. They provide the same diversions that an imperial court required in life. The entire necropolis is legalism's answer to the problem of death. If the afterlife is a jurisdiction, then it must be governed. If it must be governed, then it requires institutions. If it requires institutions, then it requires personnel, and if the personnel cannot be living, they will be made of clay, and they will be held accountable by production marks just as living workers were held accountable by law. The burning of books is often cited as the definitive act of Qin tyranny, and it is difficult to argue that it was anything other than an appalling act of cultural destruction. But it is worth noting the legalist logic behind it, because that same logic permeates the tomb. The legalists believed that multiplicity of texts, of interpretations, of historical precedents, of philosophical schools was inherently destabilizing. A single empire required a single truth. A single ruler required a single narrative, and a single tomb required a single organizational principle, applied without exception across every pit, every figure, every artifact. The tomb does not contain competing visions of the afterlife. It does not hedge its bets by including Confucian ritual vessels alongside legalist administrative figurines. It is a legalist tomb, through and through a monument to the conviction that the right system, properly implemented, can control anything, including death. That this conviction would prove spectacularly wrong in the realm of the living where the Qin dynasty collapsed within 15 years, does not diminish its power in the realm of the dead, where the system has been running unmaintained and unquestioned for 22 centuries. Mount, Li, and the choice of ground. There is something almost endearing about a 13-year-old boy choosing the site of his own tomb. Most 13-year-olds have difficulty choosing what to wear. Yingzheng ascended the throne of the Qin state in 246 BCE, and the historical record indicates that construction of his mausoleum began that same year, or, at the very latest, within the first few years of his reign. He would have been 13 or 14 years old. The empire he would later create did not yet exist. The rival states of Han, Zhao, Wei, Chu, Yan, and Qi were still intact, still fielding armies, still very much unconquered. And yet this adolescent king, or, more likely, the advisors and geomancers working on his behalf, selected a site at the foot of Mount Li, approximately 35 kilometers east of the Qin capital at Xianyang, in what is now Lintong district, Xi'an, Shaanxi province, and began the work of hollowing out the earth to receive an empire that had not yet been won. The choice of Mount Li was not arbitrary. Ancient Chinese geomantic principles, the precursors of what would later be formalized as feng shui, held that an auspicious burial site required specific landscape features: mountains to the south for protection, water to the north for nourishment, elevation for dignity, and a harmonious relationship between the terrain and the cardinal directions. Mount Li provided the mountainous backdrop. The Wei River flowed to the north. The site was elevated enough to command the surrounding plain, but accessible enough to support the logistics of a massive construction project. Later accounts would add more poetic details: jade to the south, gold to the north, the mountain itself shaped like a rearing horse. Whether these details reflect the actual geomantic calculations of the 3rd century BCE or the retrospective embellishments of later writers is, like so much in this story, difficult to determine with certainty. What is certain is that the proximity to Xianyang was intentional. The Qin capital was the administrative heart of the state, and the emperor's tomb was conceived as an extension of the capital, a parallel seat of government, positioned close enough to the living city to maintain a symbolic connection, but far enough to occupy its own territorial domain. The necropolis would eventually encompass over 6 square kilometers, with inner and outer walls enclosing the tomb mound, the army pits, the companion tombs, the ritual structures, and the hundreds of subsidiary pits that together formed a complex rivaling a small city. The inner wall, surrounding the tomb mound itself, had a circumference of approximately 2.5 kilometers. The outer wall extended to roughly 6.3 kilometers. These were not metaphorical boundaries. They were rammed earth walls, constructed with the same techniques used for city fortifications, complete with gates positioned at the cardinal points. The emperor's afterlife residence was defended, at least symbolically, by the same architectural principles that protected the living. The construction of the mausoleum spanned approximately 38 years, from 246 BCE until roughly 208 BCE, when the collapsing Qin dynasty could no longer sustain the project. This means that the tomb was being built continuously throughout the entirety of the first emperor's reign, through the conquest of the 6 states, through unification, through the standardization campaigns, through the construction of the Great Wall and the national road system, through the burning of books, through the imperial inspection tours, and through the emperor's increasingly desperate search for immortality. The tomb was not a retirement project. It was a concurrent undertaking, a parallel track running alongside the construction of the empire itself. While the emperor was building his state above ground, he was simultaneously building his state below ground. The two projects shared resources, shared labor, shared organizational principles, and shared a single animating conviction. That order, once imposed, you should never be permitted to lapse, not even when the person who imposed it was no longer breathing. There is something profound about the decision to begin building your tomb before you have finished building your empire. It suggests a mind that did not distinguish between the two projects that saw the conquest of the warring states and the construction of the afterlife as aspects of a single, continuous enterprise. It suggests, too, a relationship with mortality that was unusual even by the standards of ancient rulers who routinely prepared elaborate tombs. Yingzheng did not wait until he felt death approaching. He did not commission his mausoleum as an aging king reflecting on his legacy. He began it as a child, before he had a legacy to reflect on, before he had conquered anything, before he had even escaped the shadow of his regent. The tomb was not a reaction to mortality. It was a precondition of power as essential to the project of rulership as the armies, the roads, and the laws. To rule was to prepare was to build, and to build was to insist, from the very first day of a very long reign, that the end of life was not the end of administration. The scale of the undertaking. Numbers, in the context of the first emperor's mausoleum, have a tendency to stop behaving like numbers and start behaving like weather phenomena, vast, impersonal, and slightly terrifying. The primary source for the scale of the tomb's construction is Sima Qian, the Han Dynasty historian who composed his account approximately a century after the events he described, and who reported that the mausoleum employed 700,000 labourers. 700,000. To place this figure in context, the population of the entire Qin Empire at the time of unification has been estimated at roughly 20 to 40 million people. If Sima Qian's number is even approximately correct, it would mean that somewhere between 2 and 4% of the empire's total population was, at some point, involved in the construction of one man's tomb. This is a staggering mobilization of human resources, comparable in proportional terms to the workforce required for the construction of the Great Wall, the national road system, and the Ipang Palace combined. Modern scholars have debated whether the 700,000 figure represents a peak workforce, a cumulative total over the decades of construction, or a literary exaggeration intended to convey the enormity of the project rather than a precise census. The answer is uncertain. What is not uncertain is that the project was enormous. The necropolis itself covers an area of over 6 square kilometres larger than many ancient cities and several modern ones. At its centre stands the tomb mound, a truncated earthen pyramid that originally rose to an estimated height of 115 metres, though erosion and 2 millennia of weathering have reduced it to approximately 76 metres. Even at its diminished height, the mound dominates the surrounding landscape, a grass-covered artificial mountain that can be seen from kilometres away. Beneath this mound lies the burial chamber, still unexcavated, still sealed, still holding whatever it was designed to hold 22 centuries ago. Surrounding the mound, within the inner and outer walls, are hundreds of pits, tombs, and structures arranged with the organisational logic of a planned city. The army pits lie to the east. The bronze chariot pit lies to the west. The officials' pit, the acrobat's pit, the stone armour pit, the bronze bird's pit, the stables, and the companion tombs are distributed at specific locations around the mound, each positioned according to a spatial logic that scholars continue to interpret. The construction involved not merely the excavation of pits and the building of walls, but the engineering of an underground infrastructure of remarkable sophistication. The burial chamber itself sits within a structure that required the excavation of millions of cubic meters of earth. The rammed earth walls of the inner and outer enclosures were built using techniques identical to those used for military fortifications, compacted in thin layers and reinforced at intervals. Drainage systems were constructed to manage groundwater, a significant challenge given the water table in the Wei River Valley, and recent archaeological investigations have revealed an underground dam built specifically to divert groundwater away from the burial chamber, a feat of hydraulic engineering that required both technical skill and long-term planning. The logistics of feeding, housing, transporting, and managing a workforce numbering in the hundreds of thousands, many of them conscripted labourers and convicts working under conditions of extreme coercion, would have required an administrative apparatus rivaling that of a military campaign, which in a sense is precisely what it was, a campaign against the forces of mortality, waged with the same bureaucratic precision that the Qin state brought to its wars against the living. More than 600 subsidiary pits have been identified within the necropolis through remote sensing and limited excavation. Many have not been fully explored. Some contain terracotta figures or bronze artifacts. Others contain sacrificed animals. Some appear to be symbolic representations of specific imperial institutions, granaries, stables, pleasure gardens, administrative offices. The effect, taken as a whole, is of an underground city that was designed to replicate the full range of functions required by an imperial government: military defense, bureaucratic administration, ritual performance, entertainment, transportation, agriculture, and animal husbandry. Nothing was omitted because nothing was considered dispensable. If the living emperor required soldiers, the dead emperor would have soldiers. If the living emperor required clerks, the dead emperor would have clerks. If the living emperor required musicians and acrobats to while away the hours between audiences, the dead emperor would have those too sculpted from clay, frozen in mid-performance, ready to entertain for as long as clay endures, which turns out to be a very long time indeed. The tomb mound itself, that vast truncated pyramid of compacted earth, was not merely a burial marker, it was a statement. At its original estimated height of over 100 meters, it would have been visible from the Qin capital at Xianyang and from the surrounding roads that crisscrossed the Wei River Valley. It announced to every traveller, every official, every farmer working the adjacent fields, that beneath this artificial mountain lay the centre of an eternal government, a government that required no taxes, issued no edicts, demanded no corvée labour, and yet claimed authority over a jurisdiction no less real, to those who built it, than the empire it mirrored. The sheer physical mass of the mound, the millions of tons of earth that were excavated, transported, and compacted into its final form represents a kind of argument through volume. The tomb does not persuade through beauty or spiritual transcendence. It persuades through mass. It is simply too large, too solid, too present to be ignored or dismissed. It sits on the landscape like a fact, indifferent to interpretation, and it has sat there, growing grass and shedding centimetres to erosion for 2,200 years. The wheat fields around it have been ploughed and planted and harvested 10,000 times, and the mound remains. V. Sima Qian and the written record. Nearly everything we think we know about the interior of the first emperor's tomb comes from a single source, written by a man who was never inside it, a century after it was sealed. Sima Qian was born around 145 BCE, roughly 65 years after the death of Qin Shi Huang, and he completed his monumental work, The Records of the Grand Historian, sometime around 94 BCE. The Records is one of the most important texts in Chinese historiography, covering the history of China from the mythological Yellow Emperor to Sima Qian's own time under the Han dynasty. It is a work of extraordinary scope, literary power, and it must be said, occasional unreliability, particularly when it comes to the Qin dynasty, which the Han had overthrown, and which Han-era writers had every political incentive to portray in the darkest possible terms. Sima Qian was not a neutral observer. He was a Han court official writing about a dynasty that his own dynasty had replaced, and his account of the Qin, while invaluable, must be read with an awareness that the author had reasons, both political and personal, to emphasize Qin excess and Qin cruelty. The relevant passage in the records regarding the tomb's interior is vivid enough to quote at length, at least in summary. Sima Qian describes a burial chamber in which artisans were commanded to construct crossbow traps to shoot any intruder who entered. Mercury was used to simulate the 100 rivers of the empire, the Yangtze and the Yellow River, flowing into a miniature sea by some mechanical means. The ceiling was inlaid with pearls and gems to represent the constellations of the heavens. Candles made from the fat of the Renyu, a term variously translated as mermaid, dugong, or whale, were lit to burn for as long as possible. The concubines of the emperor who had not borne sons were sealed inside the tomb, and the craftsmen who had designed and built the interior mechanisms were trapped within as well, to prevent them from revealing the tomb's secrets. It is a passage that combines the specific and the fantastic, the logistically plausible and the mythologically inflected, in a way that makes it both irresistible and deeply problematic as a historical source. The challenge for modern scholars is determining how much of Sima Qian's account reflects actual knowledge of the tomb's contents and how much reflects literary embellishment, political rhetoric, or the kind of elaborate rumour that tends to accumulate around sealed royal tombs like sediment around a shipwreck. Some elements of his account have received startling corroboration from modern science. The Mercury rivers, for instance, were long dismissed as literary fantasy until soil samples taken from the tomb mound in the late 20th century revealed mercury concentrations far exceeding normal background levels, particularly in the areas corresponding to the locations where Sima Qian placed the rivers. This does not prove that mercury rivers flow beneath the mound. It does prove that a great deal of mercury is present, and it lends considerable weight to the possibility that Sima Qian's source, whoever it was, and we do not know, had access to at least partially accurate information about the tomb's construction. Other elements of the account remain unverifiable. The crossbow traps, the jewelled ceiling, the eternal candles, these are claims that can neither be confirmed nor denied without opening the tomb, which China has chosen not to do. The account of concubines and craftsmen sealed inside is plausible in the context of Shang and early Zhou burial practices, which did include human sacrifice on a significant scale, and the Qin dynasty, for all its legalist modernity, maintained connections to these older traditions. But plausibility is not evidence, and Sima Qian's dramatic rendering of craftsmen trapped behind closing doors serves a narrative purpose illustrating Qin cruelty that may or may not correspond to historical events. The historian who wrote the account was also the historian who had been personally castrated by Emperor Wu of Han for defending a disgraced general, an experience that gave Sima Qian an intimate understanding of imperial cruelty and perhaps a heightened sensitivity to its representation in the historical record. What we are left with is a literary source of extraordinary vividness and uncertain accuracy, describing a physical space that no living person has entered. It is in some ways the perfect source for a tomb that has become as much a vessel for imagination as for artifacts. Sima Qian's account has shaped every subsequent encounter with the mausoleum, every tourist's expectation, every archaeologist's hypothesis, every documentary script's narrative arc. We approach the tomb looking for mercury rivers because Sima Qian told us they would be there. We wonder about crossbow traps because Sima Qian planted the idea. The written record and the physical record exist in a relationship of mutual provocation. The text tells us what to look for, and the soil sometimes startlingly, thrillingly confirms what the text described. But the soil does not always cooperate, and the text does not always tell the truth, and the space between what was written and what was built is, in the end, the space where the tomb's deepest mystery resides. Ix, the underground palace. Beneath the grass-covered mound that visitors can walk around but not enter, beneath approximately 30 meters of compacted earth, lies a chamber that no living person has seen for over 2,000 years. Remote sensing technologies have given us the outlines. Magnetic anomaly surveys, conducted from the surface, indicate a subsurface structure approximately 80 meters long, 50 meters wide, and an estimated 15 meters in height, a space roughly the size of a football pitch, enclosed within walls of rammed earth and stone, located at the center of the tomb mound. Ground-penetrating radar has confirmed the presence of walls, passageways, and what appear to be interior partitions. The structure is not a simple cavity. It is an architecturally complex space with multiple chambers or sections, suggesting a layout that mirrors, at least in broad terms, the palace complexes that Qin rulers inhabited in life. The mercury readings are the detail that captures the imagination, and for good reason. Repeated soil sampling surveys have found mercury concentrations above the burial chamber that are significantly elevated compared to the surrounding area, in some measurements, dozens of times higher than background levels. The distribution of these elevated readings is not uniform. It follows a pattern that some researchers have interpreted as consistent with the locations of the major river systems Sima Qian described, with concentrations roughly corresponding to the courses of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers in miniature. This correlation is suggestive, not conclusive. Mercury can migrate through soil over time, and the distribution we measure today may not precisely reflect the original configuration. It is also worth noting that mercury was used for purposes other than simulating rivers in ancient Chinese contexts. It was used in cinnabar pigments, in alchemical preparations, and in other burial goods, so the presence of mercury does not necessarily confirm the river's hypothesis, but the quantity is difficult to explain by any other means. There is a great deal of mercury beneath that mound, more than you would expect from pigments or incidental sources, enough to suggest that someone, at some point, introduced a very large volume of liquid mercury into the burial chamber. Whether it was arranged to simulate rivers is, for now, a question that the sealed tomb keeps to itself. In the year 2000, archaeologists announced the discovery of an underground dam and drainage system constructed around the burial chamber, a sophisticated hydraulic engineering project designed to divert groundwater away from the central structure. The dam, built from lowest soil and compacted to near impermeability, extends for considerable distances around the chamber and appears to have been remarkably effective. The interior of the tomb mound remains notably dry compared to the surrounding waterlogged soil, suggesting that the drainage system has continued to function, at least partially, for 22 centuries. This detail is significant not only as a testament to Qin engineering, but also as evidence that the tomb's designers intended the burial chamber to remain intact and undisturbed for an indefinite period. They were not merely burying an emperor, they were creating conditions for permanent preservation. The drainage system was maintenance built into the architecture, a self-sustaining protection against the one enemy that no amount of clay soldiers could defeat: water. The decision not to excavate the central tomb is one of the most discussed and debated choices in modern archaeology. China's State Administration of Cultural Heritage has maintained a consistent position that the tomb should remain sealed until excavation technology can guarantee the preservation of its contents, particularly any organic materials, painted surfaces, textiles, or other vulnerable artifacts that might deteriorate rapidly upon exposure to air, light, and changes in temperature and humidity. The cautionary tale of the Terracotta Army's painted surfaces, which oxidized and vanished within minutes of excavation in the early years of the project, is frequently cited as evidence that premature excavation can destroy the very things it aims to reveal. There are also structural concerns. The tomb mound is an enormous mass of earth that would need to be carefully removed or tunneled through without collapsing the chambers beneath, a challenge that current engineering can address but not without significant risk. Some scholars have argued that the tomb should be opened, that the potential knowledge to be gained justifies the risks, that preservation technology has advanced sufficiently to protect at least some of the contents. Others, and this appears to be the prevailing view within Chinese archaeological and heritage institutions, argue that patience is the better choice, that the tomb has waited 22 centuries and can wait a few more decades or even centuries until technology offers guarantees rather than merely possibilities. There is a philosophical dimension to this restraint that extends beyond the practical. The decision not to open the tomb is also a decision about how we relate to the past, whether our desire to know is more important than the object's integrity, whether the act of looking is always worth the cost of what looking destroys. The tomb beneath the mound is, in this sense, not merely an archaeological site. It is a test of our capacity for deferred gratification, administered by a man who was not famous for deferring anything. Mini-documentary, The Sealed Chamber. Let us pause here, in the quiet of the night, and spend a few moments with the room that no one has entered. Picture the mound. It rises from the Shanxi plain like a gentle hill, its slopes covered in grass and, in places, small trees. From a distance, it looks natural, the kind of landform you might pass without a second glance if you did not know what lay beneath. Locals, for centuries, did pass it without a second glance, or at most with a nod to the old stories. They knew it was the emperor's tomb. They had always known. The knowledge was passed down like a family recipe, accepted, respected, and largely left alone. People farmed around it. They planted pomegranate trees on its lower slopes. They grazed livestock on the surrounding fields. The mound was a fact of the landscape, unremarkable in the way that very old things become unremarkable to the people who live with them daily. But beneath the grass and the topsoil and the 30 meters of rammed earth and fill, there is a door that has not been opened, or a passageway that has not been traversed, or a wall that has not been breached. Since the last person to enter the chamber, presumably one of the craftsmen whose fate Sima Qian described, stepped inside and heard the mechanism close behind them. What did they see in those final moments, by the light of the whale-fat candles before the air went still and the darkness became permanent? Sima Qian tells us they saw rivers of mercury flowing through a landscape of the empire in miniature. He tells us they saw a ceiling studded with pearls and gems arranged to depict the constellations. He tells us the crossbows were set, the treasures arranged, the eternal candles lit. He tells us the doors were sealed. We can hold this image in our minds, but we cannot verify it. The instruments tell us that something is down there, a large structure, mercury-rich, surrounded by an engineered drainage system, consistent with an elaborate burial. But instruments do not see crossbow traps. They do not photograph jeweled ceilings. They detect anomalies and leave interpretation to the humans staring at the readouts. The gap between the data and the vision is the space where the tomb does its most powerful work, not as an archaeological site but as a repository of human imagination. We have been imagining what is inside that chamber for 2,000 years. Sima Qian imagined it. The Han Dynasty officials who chose not to re-excavate it imagined it. The Tang Dynasty poets who wrote about it imagined it. The farmers who ploughed around it imagined it. And now, tonight, you are imagining it lying in the dark, perhaps with your eyes closed, constructing a chamber from words and inference and the deep human desire to know what is behind the closed door. Perhaps the mercury rivers have long since been absorbed into the earth, leaving only the elevated readings that our instruments detect. Perhaps the pearl constellations have fallen from the ceiling and lie scattered in the dust like a galaxy that lost its gravity. Perhaps the crossbow mechanisms have corroded into immobility, or perhaps, and this is the thought that keeps archaeologists awake at night, which is ironic given that our purpose here is the opposite, they have not. Perhaps the whale-fat candles burned out within hours of being lit, and the chamber has been in total darkness for 22 centuries, a darkness so complete that it has no comparison in the world above. Perhaps, in that darkness, everything is exactly as it was placed, the rivers flowing silently, the stars glittering on the ceiling, the weapons ready, the silence absolute. We do not know. And the most remarkable thing about the sealed chamber is not what it contains, but what it represents. A decision made collectively and repeatedly by generations of scholars, officials, and governments to leave the most famous unopened room on earth unopened. It is restraint as a cultural practice, a recognition that some things are more valuable unseen than seen, that the act of opening can be an act of destruction, and that patience, in the face of the extraordinary, is not a failure of curiosity but an expression of respect. The tomb was built to last forever. The least we can do is wait a little longer. And so the chamber remains, sealed beneath its mound of earth, holding its secrets in the dark, the rivers, the stars, the silence, the whatever it is that the instruments can detect but cannot describe. It is the quietest room on earth, and it has been quiet for a very long time. Let that quiet settle around you now. Let it become your quiet. The chamber is not going anywhere, and neither are you. Rest with it for a moment. Breathe. X. The discovery, 1974. The most significant archaeological discovery in modern China began, as so many significant things do, with someone trying to solve a much more mundane problem. In March 1974, in the village of Xiang in Lintong County, Shaanxi Province, a group of local farmers set out to dig a well. Water was scarce, the village needed a reliable source, and the logical thing to do was to dig. The farmers Yang Jifa, along with several of his brothers and neighbours, chose a spot in a persimmon orchard, approximately 1.5 kilometres east of the tomb mound, that everyone in the area knew as the burial place of the first emperor. They had no reason to expect anything unusual. People had been digging in these fields for centuries without incident, or at least without incident that anyone considered worth reporting. The soil here was loess, the fine, yellowish, wind-deposited earth that blankets much of northwestern China, and digging through it was hard, familiar work. At a depth of about 2 meters, the farmers struck something unusual, a layer of hardened reddish earth that was different from the surrounding loess. Below it, they found fragments of terracotta pieces of what appeared to be a human figure, though fragmented and caked with dirt. There were also bronze arrowheads, scattered among the terracotta fragments like seeds in a furrow. The farmers, understandably, were more confused than excited. Yang Jifa later recalled pulling out a terracotta head and thinking it looked like the head of a temple figure or a god. The fragments were large, heavy, and deeply strange, but they were not, in the immediate assessment of farmers who needed water, particularly useful. Some of the arrowheads were gathered and sold for scrap. Terracotta fragments were repurposed as building materials or, according to one account, used as pillows. The well project continued. Word of the find trickled to the local cultural centre in Lintong, where it reached a man named Zhao Kangmin. Zhao was a curator and amateur archaeologist who had spent years collecting and studying artefacts from the area around the first emperor's mausoleum, and he recognized, with a jolt of understanding that must have felt like touching a live wire, that what the farmers had found was not a temple figure or a stray artifact, but something of an entirely different order. He travelled to the site, examined the fragments, and began the painstaking work of assembling the broken pieces into a complete figure. What emerged from the dirt and the fragments was a life-sized warrior, rendered in terracotta with a level of detail and realism that had no precedent in known Chinese art. The warrior had individualized facial features, carefully sculpted armor, a specific hairstyle denoting military rank, and hands positioned to hold a weapon that was no longer there. Zhao reportedly paid the farmers 10 yuan, the equivalent of a few dollars, for 2 cartloads of terracotta fragments. 10 yuan for the 20th century's encounter with the 3rd century BCE. 10 yuan for what would become one of the most visited archaeological sites on the planet. The formal archaeological excavation began later in 1974, under the direction of a team that would eventually include some of China's most distinguished archaeologists. As the dig progressed and the scale of the find became apparent, it generated a cascade of astonishment that moved through the archaeological community like a slow-breaking wave. This was not a single tomb with a few funerary figures. This was an underground army, thousands of life-sized warriors arranged in military formation in a pit of enormous dimensions. Pit 1, as it came to be designated, was eventually revealed to be approximately 230 meters long and 62 meters wide, containing an estimated 6,000 figures. In 1976, 2 additional pits were discovered nearby. Pit 2, containing a more diverse array of military figures including cavalry and kneeling archers, and Pit 3, a smaller pit containing what appeared to be a command post with officers and ceremonial guards. The 3 pits, together with the hundreds of subsidiary pits that would be identified across the broader necropolis in subsequent years, constituted the largest and most complex funerary installation ever discovered. The irony that the discovery was made by farmers looking for water is too poetic to ignore, but it is worth dwelling on for a moment, because it illuminates something important about the relationship between the monumental and the mundane. The Terracotta Army was not discovered by a team of archaeologists executing a carefully planned research agenda. It was not found by satellite imagery or ground-penetrating radar, or any of the sophisticated technologies that have since been used to map the necropolis. It was found by men with shovels, doing the most ordinary thing imaginable, in a field that their families had worked for generations. The army had been there the entire time, beneath the persimmon trees, beneath the wheat, beneath the feet of every person who had walked that ground for 22 centuries. It had been waiting, in formation, in the dark, and it had required nothing more extraordinary than a drought and a shovel to bring it, blinking, into the light. The extraordinary, as it turns out, does not always announce itself. Sometimes it just sits quietly underground, holding its position, until someone stumbles into it while looking for something else entirely. Mini-documentary. The well that changed everything. Let us stay with that moment a little longer, because it deserves more than a summary. It is March 1974. The weather in Shaanxi is still cool early spring, the kind of season when the fields are being prepared for planting and the air smells of turned earth and the faint sweetness of fruit trees not yet in bloom. The persimmon orchard outside Xi'an village is bare-branched, the trees dormant, the ground hard. Yang Jifa is a farmer. He is not thinking about emperors or ancient armies or the vast necropolis that lies beneath the landscape he inhabits. He is thinking about water. The village needs a well, and he has chosen a spot that seems promising, a slight depression in the terrain that might indicate a water source below. The digging begins. The lowest soil yields reluctantly, as it always does, dense, compacted, the compressed residue of millennia of wind-blown dust from the Gobi Desert and the Central Asian steppes. The work is physical and repetitive. Shovel, lift, dump. Shovel, lift, dump. The hole deepens. 2 meters down, the soil changes. It becomes harder, redder, different in texture. This is not unusual in itself. The geological strata of the Wei River Valley are complex and varied, but it is unexpected here, and it slows the work. The farmers push through the resistant layer and encounter something that does not belong in the earth. Fragments of fired clay, shaped into forms that are unmistakably human. A torso, an arm. A head with a face that stares up from the dirt with an expression that might be serenity or might be the blank composure of a soldier standing at attention. Imagine the confusion. You are a farmer in a rural village in 1970s China. The Cultural Revolution has only recently subsided. Archaeological heritage is a politically fraught subject. You are looking for water, and you have found what appears to be a broken statue of a man buried at a depth that suggests it has been there for a very long time. You do not know what it is. You do not know what to do with it. You know everyone knows that the big mound a kilometre to the west is the tomb of the first emperor, but the mound is one thing and your persimmon orchard is another. And no one told you that the emperor's domain extended this far. The arrowheads are metal, and metal has value. You gather some and sell them to the local scrap dealer. The terracotta fragments are heavy, fired clay worthless, essentially, except as raw material. You keep digging. The well is the priority. It is Zhao Kangmin, at the Lintong Cultural Center, who changes the trajectory of the story. Zhao has been collecting artifacts from the vicinity of the mausoleum for years. Coins, pottery shards, the occasional bronze fitting, and he has developed an intuition for what matters and what does not. When reports of the farmer's find reach him, he does not dismiss them. He goes to the site. He sees the fragments. And he understands, with the clarity that comes from years of patient observation meeting a single transformative fact, that these are not random terracotta fragments. They are parts of something deliberate, something constructed, something that was meant to be here and that has been here, undisturbed, for over 2,000 years. Zhao begins the work of reconstruction. Piece by piece, fragment by fragment, he assembles the first complete warrior, a figure standing approximately 5 feet 11 inches tall, dressed in terracotta armor, with a face unlike any other face in any other terracotta figure ever found in China. The face is individual, it is specific, it belongs to this warrior and no other. And it is, when you understand what it implies that there are more, that there may be hundreds, that there may be thousands, that beneath this ordinary field lies an army that has been standing in formation since the 3rd century BCE. It is the kind of face that changes everything. The well was never finished, by the way. The village got its water eventually, from a different source. But the hole that was meant to find water found something that the water table could never have provided. A door into the past so vivid, so immediate, so startlingly populated, that walking through it would take the rest of the century and beyond. Z, Pit 1, the infantry. The first thing that strikes you about Pit 1 is not the detail, it is the scale. Pit 1 is the largest of the 3 military pits, and it is the one that most visitors encounter first, a space so vast that the hangar-like structure built over it struggles to contain both the excavation and the emotional response it provokes. The pit measures approximately 230 metres in length and 62 metres in width, dug to a depth of roughly 5 metres below the original ground surface. Within this space, arranged in 11 parallel corridors separated by rammed earth partition walls, stand an estimated 6,000 terracotta warriors and horses, organised in a military formation that replicates, in clay, the battle order of a Qin infantry division. The figures face east away from the tomb mound, toward the direction from which an enemy army would approach, and they are arranged with a precision that speaks not of artistic arrangement, but of military discipline. There is a vanguard of 3 rows of crossbowmen at the eastern end, unarmoured and positioned to deliver the opening volley. Behind them, the main body of the infantry fills the corridors in columns, armoured and standing at attention. On the flanks and at the rear, additional rows of warriors face outward, guarding against encirclement. The formation is not symbolic, it is tactical. Walking along the viewing platform at the edge of Pit 1 is an experience that photographs systematically fail to convey. The sheer repetition of form, row after row of figures receding into the distance, their heads and shoulders visible above the earthen walls of the corridors, their faces catching the controlled light at slightly different angles, creates a visual rhythm that is hypnotic in its regularity. The pit stretches so far that the warriors at the distant end dissolve into a uniform brownish mass, individual features lost to perspective, the army becoming an abstraction of itself. The air inside the enclosure is cool and faintly earthy, carrying the smell of loess clay and the very slight chemical note of preservation treatments. The lighting is deliberately subdued, bright enough to see clearly, dim enough to suggest the underground environment that the warriors inhabited for 22 centuries before the roof was removed and the sky returned. There is a hush in the space that is not enforced by museum guards but imposed by the subject itself. People lower their voices without being asked. Cameras click but quietly. The army, it seems, commands a certain respect even from tourists who have seen it 1,000 times in photographs and films. Among the 6,000 figures there are wooden chariots, or rather, the ghosts of wooden chariots, since the wood itself decayed long ago, leaving only the bronze fittings, the terracotta horses that pulled them, and the impressions in the soil where the wheels once rested. Each chariot was drawn by 4 terracotta horses, standing abreast, their bodies tense with implied movement, their ears pricked forward, their mouths open around bronze bits. The horses are magnificent objects in their own right, sculpted with an attention to musculature and proportion that suggests the artists worked from life, studying the stocky, powerful horses of the Qin cavalry. The chariots served as mobile command platforms and as shock weapons, designed to break enemy formations through the combined impact of speed, mass, and the lethality of the chariot-mounted warriors. In Pit 1, they are interspersed among the infantry at regular intervals, positioned exactly where military doctrine would place them in a real deployment. The warriors themselves, examined individually, reward close attention. Each figure stands between approximately 5 feet 11 inches and 6 feet 2 inches tall, taller than the average Qin-era Chinese man, which has led to speculation that the height represents idealized rather than realistic proportions, or that the figures depict elite troops selected for their physical stature. They wear terracotta armour moulded in remarkable detail, overlapping plates of lamellar armour, secured with ties rendered in clay, covering the torso and shoulders while leaving the arms free for combat. The armour varies by rank, and role officers wear more elaborate protection, infantrymen lighter and more standardised gear. Some figures are unarmoured, representing light infantry or crossbowmen who needed maximum mobility. Their hands are positioned to hold weapons, spears, swords, crossbows that were real bronze objects placed into the clay hands during assembly, and that, in many cases, have been recovered in extraordinary condition after 2 millennia underground. The formation in Pit 1 is not merely an arrangement, it is an argument. It argues that the afterlife is a territory that can be defended, that the Emperor's underground domain faces threats that require a military response, and that the response must be organised along the same lines that proved effective in the conquest of the living world. The vanguard, the flanks, the rear guard, these are not decorative choices. They are the deployment pattern of an army expecting contact with an enemy. Who that enemy might be, in the cosmology of 3rd century BCE China, is open to interpretation. Rival spirits, the ghosts of the hundreds of thousands slain by Qin armies, the supernatural forces that were believed to populate the underworld, or simply the abstract concept of disorder itself, the entropy that the Qin state had spent a century fighting above ground, and that the emperor intended to fight below ground with equal vigour. The army in Pit 1 does not sleep, it does not relax, it maintains its formation because the enemy, whoever or whatever it is, has not yet been defeated. The war continues, the orders stand. C. Pit 2, the specialists. If Pit 1 is the main body of the army, Pit 2 is its brain, or perhaps its right hand, the one that holds the specialized tools. Discovered in 1976, approximately 20 meters north of Pit 1, Pit 2 is smaller, but significantly more complex in its organization. Where Pit 1 contains a relatively homogeneous infantry force, Pit 2 houses a diverse array of military units arranged in 4 distinct sections. A formation of kneeling and standing crossbowmen in the northeastern corner, a group of war chariots in the southern section, a mixed force of chariots, infantry and cavalry in the centre, and a unit of mounted cavalry in the northern section. The total number of figures is smaller than Pit 1, approximately 80 war chariots, and an estimated 1,300 warriors, along with hundreds of horses, but the tactical sophistication is markedly greater. This is not a static defensive formation. It is a mobile strike force, organized by function and designed for flexibility. The kneeling archers are among the most celebrated figures in the entire Terracotta Army, and for good reason. They are captured in the act of firing one knee on the ground, the other raised, torso twisted to brace against the crossbow's recoil, hands positioned to hold the weapon now gone. Though the bronze crossbow triggers survive, the anatomical detail is extraordinary. The sole of the kneeling archer's shoe is sculpted with a tread pattern, a raised design on the bottom of the terracotta foot that replicates the stitching of actual Qin military footwear. This is a detail that no one would ever see once the figure was placed in the pit and the earth closed over it. It was sculpted for an audience of exactly 0, or, more precisely, for an audience that included only the artisan, the foreman, and the bureaucratic principle that every component must be complete regardless of whether it would be inspected. The tread on the sole of a shoe that would stand on dirt in the dark for 22 centuries is legalism in miniature. The system does not cut corners because the system does not acknowledge the concept of corners that could be cut. The cavalry unit in Pit 2 represents a relatively new addition to Chinese warfare in the Warring States period. Mounted cavalry, as distinct from chariot-based warfare, was adopted by the Chinese states in the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, partly in response to the mounted nomadic warriors of the northern steppes who had demonstrated the tactical advantages of mobility and speed. The Qin cavalry figures stand beside their horses, holding the reins in one hand, positioned as if waiting for the order to mount. The horses are saddled but lack stirrups. Stirrups would not be widely adopted in China until the 4th century CE, several centuries after the tomb was sealed. The saddles are pad-style, rendered in clay with surface details suggesting leather and textile construction. The cavalry figures are dressed differently from the infantry. Lighter armour, shorter tunics, and caps rather than top knots, reflecting the practical requirements of fighting on horseback. The organisation of Pit 2 suggests that whoever designed the tomb's military component was not simply reproducing the army in generic terms, but was thinking in specific tactical categories. Crossbowmen, chariots, infantry, and cavalry are grouped in a way that reflects their complementary roles on the battlefield. The crossbowmen provide ranged firepower, the chariots deliver shock assault, the infantry holds ground, and the cavalry provides mobility and flanking capability. This is not a parade, it is a deployment. And the implication that the emperor's afterlife military planners approached the problem of spiritual defence with the same analytical rigour that the Qin general staff brought to actual campaigns is both impressive and slightly unnerving. It means that someone, or more likely a committee of someones, sat down and worked out the optimal force composition for defending an underground empire against threats that existed, at best. In the realm of cosmological theory, they assigned units. They calculated ratios, they positioned cavalry where cavalry would be most effective, and crossbowmen where crossbowmen would do the most damage. They did this for an army that would never fight a battle, in a war that would never be declared, against an enemy that may not have existed. And they did it with absolute seriousness, because the system demanded seriousness, and the system did not distinguish between the real and the ceremonial. In the Qin world, if something was worth doing, it was worth doing correctly. And if the afterlife required a combined arms tactical force, then the afterlife would receive a combined arms tactical force, organised to specification, staffed and equipped, ready for action on a permanent basis. W6. Pit 3, the command post. The smallest of the three army pits tells, in some ways, the largest story. Pit 3 lies approximately 25 metres northwest of Pit 1 and is modest by comparison, roughly 520 square metres in area, containing only 68 terracotta figures and a single chariot with 4 horses. Where Pits 1 and 2 are vast formations designed to overwhelm through scale, Pit 3 is intimate, almost private, a small chamber arranged as if it were the interior of a military headquarters. The figures are not deployed in the open, battlefield-ready formations of the other pits. They stand facing each other in 2 lines along a narrow corridor, as if lining the walls of a command tent, flanking a central space that is conspicuously empty. The figures in Pit 3 are officers and ceremonial guards. They are taller than the average warrior in Pits 1 and 2, and their armour is more elaborate, with finer detailing and more complex designs suggesting higher rank. Some scholars have identified them as the Sema military police or ritual officers responsible for divination and sacrifice before battle. In the real Qin military, no campaign was launched without consulting the spirits through divination. No significant action was taken without ritual preparation. The presence of these figures in Pit 3 suggests that the command post was not merely an administrative space but a ritual one, a place where the spiritual and strategic dimensions of warfare converged, where the commanders consulted the cosmos before issuing orders to the army outside. The most discussed feature of Pit 3 is not what it contains, but what it lacks. There is no commanding general figure. The central space, the position of honour, the seat of authority is empty. Scholars have interpreted this absence as deliberate. The commanding general of the Terracotta Army is the emperor himself. Qin Shi Huang, in death as in life, would personally command his forces. The empty space in Pit 3 is not a gap in the design. It is a reservation, a space held open for the supreme authority, the man whose will set the entire enterprise in motion and whose presence, even in absence, defines its purpose. The warriors in Pits 1 and 2 stand ready. The officers in Pit 3 flank an empty chair, and the emperor, somewhere in the sealed chamber beneath the mound, is meant to occupy that chair to issue the orders, to receive the reports, to direct the defence of his underground domain with the same centralised, absolute control that he exercised over the living empire. This architectural arrangement of an absent presence is one of the most sophisticated conceptual gestures in the entire necropolis. The army is complete in every detail: soldiers, horses, weapons, chariots, specialists, officers, ritual functionaries, except for the one element that gives all the other elements meaning. The commander is missing, and his absence is the most important thing in the room. It is the absence around which everything else is organised, the void that generates the formation, the silence that makes the discipline legible. The warriors do not need to see their commander to serve him. They need only to stand in formation, facing outward, weapons ready, while the empty space behind them articulates the authority they serve. Power, in the Qin conception, does not require visibility. It requires structure. And the structure of Pit 3, small, quiet, organised around an absence, is perhaps the purest expression of legalist political philosophy in the entire tomb. The ruler does not need to be present to rule. He needs only to have built a system in which his presence is assumed. X, I, V. The faces. 8,000 individuals. Here is the detail that haunts people. Here is the thing they carry home from Xi'an and cannot quite put down. No two faces in the Terracotta Army are identical. This is not hyperbole. It is not a casual approximation. It is, as far as exhaustive photographic surveys and statistical analyses can determine, literally true. Among the approximately 8,000 warriors, or rather, among the roughly 2,000 that have been excavated and studied in detail, no two faces share the same combination of features. The noses differ. The cheekbones differ. The shapes of the eyes, the thickness of the lips, the lines of the jaw, the set of the brows all vary from figure to figure, creating a population of faces that, while sharing a recognisable family resemblance, they are, after all, products of the same artistic tradition and the same set of workshops, are nonetheless individually distinct. Some have thin, aquiline noses, others have broad, flat ones. Some have high cheekbones that catch the light, others have rounder, softer faces. Some appear young, smooth-skinned, unlined, with the slightly unfinished look of adolescence. Others appear older, with creased foreheads and the suggestion of experience etched into the clay. Some look alert, almost expectant. Others look patient, resigned, or simply blank, the neutral expression of a man who has been standing in one place for a very long time and expects to continue standing there for a great deal longer. The mystery of the faces has generated a scholarly debate that is both fascinating and ultimately unresolvable with current evidence. The central question is, do these faces represent real people? Were the artisans working from life, sculpting the actual features of actual Qin soldiers, creating portraits in clay that preserve the likenesses of specific individuals who lived and fought and died 22 centuries ago? Or are the faces composites combinations of standardized features assembled from a repertoire of noses, eyes, mouths, and jawlines, shuffled and recombined to create the impression of individuality without actually depicting any specific person? The answer, frustratingly, may be both. Research by scholars including Marcos Martinon-Torres and Andrew Bevan at University College London has demonstrated that the warriors were produced using a modular system. Bodies were assembled from standardized parts, legs, torsos, arms produced in workshops using molds and templates, while the heads and faces were sculpted with significantly more individual attention, using a combination of molded bases and hand-finished details. The result is a manufacturing process that achieves mass production and individual variation simultaneously assembly-line bodies with bespoke faces. The hair is another realm of variation. The hairstyles of the warriors are intricately detailed and remarkably diverse, with top knots, braids, and buns arranged in patterns that appear to denote rank, unit affiliation, or regional origin. Some warriors wear simple flat buns on the right side of the head. Others have elaborate braided top knots secured with ribbons or pins. Officers wear caps of different styles. The hair is sculpted strand by strand in many cases, with individual locks and braids rendered in a level of detail that would be impressive in a marble portrait, let alone a mass-produced clay figure intended for burial. The mustaches and beards add further differentiation. Some warriors are clean-shaven, others have thin mustaches, a few have full beards, and the styles seem to correlate, at least loosely, with ethnic or regional types, suggesting that the army may represent the diverse population of the unified empire soldiers drawn from all 7 former warring states, their regional identities preserved in clay, even as the living empire worked to erase regional differences in every other domain. What does it mean to mass-produce uniqueness? This is the paradox at the heart of the Terracotta Army's faces, and it mirrors a paradox at the heart of the Qin state itself. The empire was built on standardization, one script, one currency, one set of weights and measures, one legal code, and yet the army it created to guard its founder's tomb was built on individuality, on the principle that each soldier deserved his own face, his own identity, his own place in the formation that no other figure could fill. It is as if the artisans, working within a system designed to eliminate variation, could not help introducing it, or as if the designers of the tomb understood that an army of identical figures would lack the authority of an army that looked, even in clay, like a gathering of real men. The standardized bodies say, this is a system. The individual faces say, this system is populated by persons. Together, they create something that neither element could achieve alone, a representation of military power that is both mechanistic and human, both impersonal and deeply unsettlingly personal. When you stand at the edge of the pit and look out over the ranks of figures, you are looking at a system. When you focus on a single face, you are looking at a man. And the army shifts between these two registers, system and individual, machine and person, order and humanity, with every change of focus, every adjustment of the gaze. And here perhaps is the detail that lingers longest. The faces were painted. We know this from traces of pigment found on figures during early excavations, flakes and fragments of colour that survived the millennia underground, only to oxidize and vanish within minutes of exposure to air. The warriors' faces were once alive with colour, skin tones in pinks and tans, lips painted red, eyebrows darkened with black pigment, the whites of the eyes rendered in white slip, the irises in dark brown or black, the hair was painted black, the armour was painted in vivid reds, greens, purples and blues. Each figure, in its original state, would have looked not like the uniform ochre-coloured forms we see today, but like a living soldier, rendered in full colour, standing in a pit that would have looked, when first sealed, less like an archaeological site and more like a freeze frame from a living army caught in the act of existing. The army we see today, the dignified monochrome ranks of terracotta figures in their warm brown tones, is, in a sense, a ghost of the original. The real army was gaudy, vivid, almost garish, a riot of colour arranged in military precision. What time and air and oxidation have given us is the skeleton, not the skin, and yet the skeleton is enough. More than enough. It is 8,000 faces in the dark, each one different, each one sculpted by a hand that has been dust for 22 centuries, each one holding an expression that has not changed since the kiln cooled, and the paint was applied, and the figure was carried into the pit and set in its place among the others, facing east, waiting for an enemy that has never come. XV. The art of making clay, kilns, and organised labour. The Terracotta Army is often described as a wonder of art. It is more accurately described as a wonder of management. The production of approximately 8,000 life-size terracotta figures, along with hundreds of horses, chariots, and associated artefacts over a period of several decades, required not a single workshop of inspired artisans but a distributed manufacturing system of extraordinary efficiency. Research conducted by Marcos Martinon-Torres, Andrew Bevan, and their colleagues at University College London, based on analysis of production marks, clay composition, and construction techniques, has revealed a production model that bears a striking resemblance to modern industrial manufacturing, a cellular workshop system in which small teams of artisans, each supervised by a foreman, produced figures using a combination of standardized components and individual craftsmanship. The raw material was local loess clay, the same fine-grained, yellowish earth that blankets the Shaanxi landscape and that the farmers of Xi'an village were digging through when they made their discovery. Loess has excellent properties for ceramic production. It is abundant, easily worked when wet, and fires to a hard, durable terracotta at relatively moderate kiln temperatures. The clay was processed cleaned of impurities, tempered with sand to reduce shrinkage and cracking during firing, and then shaped into the component parts of each figure. The legs were made first, typically from solid clay or from thick-walled cylinders, and served as the structural foundation. The torso was built up from coiled clay, smoothed and refined, with the armour plates added as surface decoration. The arms were attached separately, positioned according to the role the figure would play, hands open to receive a weapon, arms raised to draw a bow, hands clasped at the waist in the posture of a standing officer. The head was sculpted last, often from a mould-made base that was then refined with hand-applied details, the nose sharpened, the ears shaped, the eyebrows incised, the expression adjusted. The production marks are the key to understanding the organisational system behind the army. Stamped or incised into the clay before firing, typically on the back, the base, or the inside of the figure where they would not be visible. These marks record the name or designation of the foreman responsible for the figure's production. Over 80 distinct foremen's names have been identified, suggesting that the workforce was organised into at least 80 production teams, each responsible for a portion of the output. The marks served a practical purpose: quality control. If a figure was found to be defective, poorly fired, structurally unsound, incorrectly proportioned, the production mark allowed the deficiency to be traced back to the specific team and foreman responsible, who could then be held accountable. This is, in essence, the same principle that governed the Qin military's system of rewards and punishments. Performance was tracked, responsibility was assigned, and consequences followed. The production marks on the backs of terracotta warriors are the bureaucratic descendants of the Qin legal code. The same insistence on accountability applied not to soldiers in the field but to potters in the workshop. The firing process was a significant technical challenge. A life-size terracotta figure weighing, when complete, somewhere between 110 and 300 kilograms, depending on the figure's role and equipment, is an enormous object to fire evenly. The clay must reach a temperature sufficient to vitrify the surface and create a durable ceramic body, typically around 950 to 1050 degrees Celsius, without cracking, warping, or collapsing under its own weight. The archaeological evidence suggests that the figures were fired in large kilns, possibly in multiple stages, with careful attention to the rate of temperature increase and decrease. Some figures show evidence of minor firing defects, small cracks, slight warping, uneven coloration, but the overall quality is remarkably consistent, suggesting that the kiln operators were highly skilled and that the quality control system effectively identified and addressed problems. The painting of the figures was the final stage of production and in many ways the most poignant. The fired terracotta, warm ochre in its natural state, was covered with a lacquer ground layer and then painted with mineral and organic pigments in a palette that included vermilion red from cinnabar, green from malachite, blue from azurite, or a synthetic barium copper silicate known as Chinese purple or Han blue, white from lead white or bone white, and black from carbon-based pigments. The painting was detailed and specific. Armor plates were painted in one color, with ties and borders in contrasting colors. Faces received skin tones with lips, eyebrows, and eyes individually colored. Hair was painted black, with occasional red or brown tones for headbands or ties. The result was an army of vivid, almost startling realism figures that, in their original painted state, would have appeared to be on the verge of movement, their colors catching the light of whatever illumination the sealed pits provided. The tragedy of the paint is well known and bears repeating only because it illustrates, with particular clarity, the relationship between preservation and destruction that defines so much of archaeology. When the first figures were excavated in 1974 and the years immediately following, the paint, which had survived underground in the stable, low oxygen, humidity-controlled environment of the sealed pits, began to deteriorate almost immediately upon exposure to air. The lacquer ground layer, deprived of moisture, contracted and curled, pulling the pigment layer with it and causing the paint to flake off in a process that was visible in real time, sometimes within minutes or hours of excavation. Early photographs show figures with substantial areas of paint intact. Later photographs of the same figures show the paint almost entirely gone. The army that survived 22 centuries underground could not survive 22 minutes of fresh air. This experience fundamentally changed the approach to excavation at the site and contributed directly to the decision to leave much of the necropolis, including the central tomb, unexcavated until preservation technology could guarantee the survival of fragile surface treatments. The paint that was lost cannot be recovered, but the paint that remains on unexcavated figures still lying in the dark, their colours intact, their faces vivid, can be preserved. If we are patient enough to wait for the tools to protect what the air would destroy, the production system as a whole, the workshop teams, the foreman marks, the quality control, the modular construction, the specialized finishing resembles nothing so much as a modern manufacturing operation. Scholars have drawn comparisons to Toyota's lean production system, with its emphasis on small team accountability, standardized processes, and quality assurance at every stage. The comparison is anachronistic but not entirely inappropriate. The Qin state had, through decades of legalist reform, developed an organizational capacity for coordinated production that was, in its fundamental principles, remarkably modern. The Terracotta Army is the product of that capacity, not the inspired creation of individual artistic genius, but the systematic output of an organized labor force, working within a bureaucratic framework that demanded consistency, efficiency, and accountability. It is, in this sense, the most legalist artwork ever created. Art produced not by inspiration but by administration, beauty achieved not through freedom but through control. XVI. The weapons, real blades for clay hands. The soldiers are made of clay, the weapons they carry are not. Among the terracotta figures in the 3 army pits, archaeologists have recovered tens of thousands of actual bronze weapons: swords, spears, halberds, crossbow triggers, and arrowheads. Along with the corroded remnants of wooden shafts and grips, that once connected the bronze components to the hands of warriors who could not, strictly speaking, use them. This is a detail that rewards reflection. The designers of the Terracotta Army, who had no difficulty producing terracotta armor, terracotta horses, terracotta chariots, and terracotta facial expressions of remarkable subtlety, chose not to produce terracotta weapons. Instead, they armed their clay soldiers with real weapons, functional bronze blades, operational crossbow mechanisms, battle-ready arrowheads, drawn from the same arsenals that equipped the living Qin military. The army was simulated, the arsenal was not. The crossbow triggers are particularly revealing. The Qin crossbow was a sophisticated weapon, its trigger mechanism a precision-engineered bronze assembly of multiple interlocking parts that, when correctly assembled, allowed a soldier to draw, lock, aim, and release a bolt with accuracy and force at distances of up to several hundred meters. The triggers recovered from the Terracotta Army pits are not ceremonial replicas. They are functional mechanisms, manufactured to the same specifications as those used in combat, with components that are standardized to a degree suggesting interchangeable parts. This means that a trigger from one crossbow could, in principle, to be fitted into the stock of another crossbow, a manufacturing achievement that the Western world would not embrace systematically until the 18th and 19th centuries. The Qin military-industrial complex, operating in the 3rd century BCE, had achieved a level of part standardization that Eli Whitney would have recognized and approved. The swords deserve special mention for a reason that has fascinated metallurgists since the first specimens were recovered. Many of the bronze swords found in the pits displayed an extraordinary degree of preservation, bright, sharp-edged, and resistant to corrosion after more than 2,000 years in the earth. Analysis of the blade surfaces revealed a thin chromium oxide layer, a chrome-like coating that acted as a passivation layer, preventing the bronze from corroding. This discovery generated considerable excitement and some overstatement in the popular press, with claims that the Qin had invented chrome plating 2 millennia before its development in the West. The reality, as is often the case with archaeological sensations, is more nuanced. More recent research has suggested that the chromium coating may not have been deliberately applied as an anti-corrosion treatment, but may instead be a byproduct of the lacquer used on the wooden scabbards and grips, or of the specific soil chemistry in the burial environment. The debate is ongoing, and the truth may lie somewhere between deliberate innovation and fortuitous chemistry. What is not debated is the quality of the weapons themselves. They are superbly crafted, precisely standardized, and, in many cases, still sharp enough to cut after 22 centuries underground. The arrowheads are standardized to a degree that borders on the obsessive. Thousands of bronze arrowheads have been recovered, and analysis shows that they conform to a remarkably narrow range of specifications: consistent shapes, consistent weights, consistent compositions. This standardization had a practical military purpose. Uniform arrowheads ensured uniform ballistic performance, meaning that a crossbowman could predict the trajectory of each bolt with reliability. In a mass engagement context, where crossbow fire was delivered in volleys rather than aimed shots, consistency was more valuable than individual excellence. The arrowheads embody the Qin military philosophy in miniature. The system does not rely on exceptional individuals. It relies on standardized components performing predictably within a standardized structure. The decision to arm clay soldiers with real weapons is, when you sit with it, a statement about the seriousness of the enterprise. Ming-Chi spirit articles, objects made specifically for burial and designed to function in the afterlife rather than the material world, were a well-established tradition in Chinese funerary practice. The stone armour in Pit K 9801, made from materials too heavy and rigid for actual combat, is a classic example of Ming-Ji. Real in form, impossible in function, meaningful only in the spiritual dimension. The weapons, by contrast, are not Ming-Ki. They are the real thing pulled from armories, tested in workshops, capable of drawing blood as effectively in the afterlife as in the world above. This suggests that whoever designed the army's equipment made a deliberate distinction between the soldiers, who could acceptably be simulated in clay, and the weapons which could not. The implication is uncomfortable but consistent with legalist thinking. People are replaceable, the system is not. The soldiers are representations. The weapons are the system itself, the standardized, quality-controlled, interchangeable components of a military-industrial apparatus that was, in the Qin worldview, more important than any individual soldier. You can make a soldier from clay. You cannot make a crossbow trigger from clay and expect it to function. And in the Qin afterlife, apparently, the weapons were expected to function. XVI, the bronze chariots. In 1980, approximately 20 meters west of the tomb mound, archaeologists uncovered 2 half-scale bronze chariots and horse teams that are, by general scholarly consensus, among the finest bronze castings ever produced in the ancient world. The chariots designated Chariot Number 1 and Chariot Number 2 were found in fragments, crushed by the weight of the earth that had accumulated above them over 2 millennia. The restoration process took approximately 5 years and required the reassembly of more than 3,000 individual fragments into 2 complete vehicles, each drawn by a team of 4 bronze horses and driven by a bronze charioteer. The level of detail is, to use a word that this script has been trying to avoid, extraordinary. Every component of a full-sized wooden chariot is replicated in bronze at half scale. The axle, the wheels, the yoke, the reins, the canopy supports, the floor panels, the handrails, and the fittings. The reins are cast as bronze chains, so fine that they flex like textile. The canopy of Chariot Number 1 is a single sheet of bronze, hammered to a thinness of a few millimeters, supported by bronze struts. The horses wear halters and bits rendered in bronze with the same precision as real tack. The charioteers grip their reins with an expression of alert composure, the look of men who expect the road ahead to be long and the passenger to be important. Chariot Number 1 is an open vehicle, a war chariot or scout chariot, equipped with a canopy to shade the driver and a crossbow mounted on the interior rail for the driver's use. The driver stands, braced against the front rail, holding the reins of 4 horses that lean slightly forward in the posture of animals in motion. The vehicle is painted in cloud and geometric patterns, the pigments remarkably well preserved compared to the figures in the army pits, likely because the bronze substrate provided a more stable surface for the paint than the porous terracotta of the warriors. Chariot Number 2 is a closed vehicle, an imperial carriage, enclosed on all sides with windows that can be opened or shuttered, the interior presumably intended for a passenger of supreme importance. The carriage body is painted with intricate patterns, and the bronze casting of the walls is thin enough to suggest the fabric or leather panels of a real covered carriage. It is, in essence, a limousine the private, enclosed vehicle in which an emperor would travel in comfort and privacy during the long imperial inspection tours that Qin Shi Huang was famous for undertaking. The scholarly debate over the function of these vehicles in the tomb's cosmology is revealing. One interpretation holds that the chariots were intended to transport the emperor's spirit on tours of his underground domain, a spiritual vehicle for spiritual journeys. Another suggests that they represent the actual vehicles used during the emperor's imperial inspection tours, replicated in bronze so that the spirit could continue the same tours in the afterlife, visiting the provinces of the underground empire just as the living emperor had visited the provinces of the surface one. A third interpretation proposes that they were simply prestige objects, items of supreme craftsmanship, placed near the tomb to honor the deceased, with no specific functional role in the afterlife cosmology. The truth, as is often the case with objects produced by a culture whose written records are incomplete and whose belief systems are known to us only through fragments and later interpretations, may involve elements of all 3. What is not debated is the craftsmanship. The bronze chariots represent a level of metallurgical skill that is difficult to fully appreciate without understanding the technical challenges involved. Casting a half-scale chariot complete with moving parts, flexible chain reins, paper-thin canopy panels, and 4 anatomically accurate horses in bronze required mastery of multiple casting techniques: piece mold casting for the larger components, lost wax casting for the more intricate details, and cold working, hammering, chasing, engraving for surface finishing. The individual components were cast separately and then assembled, soldered, riveted, and pinned together into a unified vehicle. The result is an object that looks, at first glance, like a single integrated creation, but is, upon closer inspection, a masterpiece of assembly, hundreds of individual parts, each cast and finished with precision, joined together into a functioning whole. The bronze chariots are, in this sense, a microcosm of the tomb itself, an assembly of specialized components produced by specialized workshops, integrated by a coordinating intelligence into a system that is greater than the sum of its parts. Where, exactly, a dead emperor needs to drive is a question that the chariots pose but do not answer. They sit now in climate-controlled cases in the museum near the tomb, their bronze surfaces gleaming under carefully calibrated lights, their horses frozen in perpetual forward motion, their drivers holding reins that lead nowhere. They are vehicles for a journey that was never taken or that is being taken, still in a dimension that we cannot observe. The emperor, if Sima Qian is to be believed, lies in a chamber filled with mercury rivers beneath a jeweled sky, and somewhere nearby, 2 bronze chariots wait with their teams harnessed and their drivers ready, prepared to carry him wherever he wishes to go in a world that has no roads, no provinces, no subjects, and no destination, only the eternal readiness of servants who do not tire, and horses that do not hunger, and a destination that recedes with every step, because there is, in the end, nowhere for the dead to go except further into the dark. XVII. The bureaucrats, the acrobats, and the birds. An emperor, even a dead one, does not live by soldiers alone. The discoveries beyond the 3 main army pits have revealed a tomb complex that was not merely a military installation but a complete world, a miniature empire, staffed with every category of personnel that the living court required, from administrators to entertainers to zookeepers. These subsidiary pits, scattered across the necropolis, transform our understanding of the mausoleum from a monument to military power into something far more ambitious. A reproduction of the entire apparatus of imperial life, preserved in clay, bronze, and stone, for the benefit of a ruler who intended to govern in death exactly as he had governed in life with armies, yes, but also with paperwork, entertainment, and carefully managed wildlife. Pit K6, located to the southeast of the tomb mound, contained 12 terracotta figures dressed not in military armour but in long-sleeved civilian robes. These figures are officials, bureaucrats, administrators, the men who in life would have managed the empire's records, drafted its edicts, collected its taxes, and maintained the vast archive of documents that held the Qin administrative state together. Several of the figures carry small objects that appear to be writing implements, knife-shaped tools used for scraping errors from bamboo slips, and the slips themselves the notebooks of the Qin bureaucracy. They stand in a formal arrangement, as if reporting for duty at a government office, waiting to receive instructions from a superior who is, as always in this tomb, conspicuously absent. The presence of these figures is in some ways more significant than the presence of the army. Armies are common in royal tombs across the ancient world. Bureaucrats are not. The decision to include administrators among the tomb's personnel reveals something essential about the Qin conception of power, that power is not merely the ability to deploy force, but the ability to administer, regulate, and document. An emperor without an army is vulnerable. An emperor without a bureaucracy is merely a warlord. Pit K 9901, located in a different sector of the necropolis, presented archaeologists with a very different scene. Here, instead of armoured warriors or robed officials, they found figures of acrobats and strongmen muscular, half-clothed figures in poses of physical exertion, their bodies rendered with an anatomical realism that is notably different from the armoured warriors of the main pits. Some figures appear to be lifting heavy objects, possibly cauldrons, in a reference to the legendary strongman contests that were a feature of Qin court entertainment. Others are captured in acrobatic poses, their bodies twisted and extended in ways that suggest tumbling, contortion, or martial arts demonstrations. The figures are larger than the warriors, some significantly so, and their musculature is rendered with a degree of detail that suggests the artisans either worked from life or had a thorough understanding of the human body in motion. These are the emperor's entertainers, preserved in clay to continue their performances indefinitely. The afterlife, it seems, was not all military parades and administrative briefings. There were also shows. Pit K7 offered yet another dimension of the underground world, a collection of bronze birds, cranes, swans, and waterfowl arranged around a sculpted water basin, accompanied by terracotta figures of kneeling musicians. The birds are life-sized, cast in bronze with a level of naturalistic detail that makes them, by any standard, remarkable works of art. The cranes stand on long legs, their necks extended, their beaks pointing upward as if watching the sky. The swans and ducks are positioned in more relaxed postures, some appearing to rest on the water's surface, others standing at the basin's edge. The musicians kneel nearby, their hands positioned as if playing instruments that have not survived. The scene is pastoral, almost idyllic, a garden pond, complete with water birds and live music, recreated underground for the enjoyment of a ruler who would never again see actual water, actual birds, or actual sunlight. And there was more. Separate pits contain the remains of real horses, hundreds of them, sacrificed and buried in terracotta coffins, attended by ceramic grooms. These were not the terracotta horses of the army pits, but actual animals, their skeletons preserved in the earth alongside the clay figures of the servants who would care for them. Other pits contained evidence of exotic animals, deer, birds, and other creatures that may have represented the Imperial menagerie or park, a pleasure garden transplanted underground for the emperor's posthumous enjoyment. The sheer variety of pits and their contents paints a picture of a necropolis that was not conceived as a single monument, but as an integrated community, a city of the dead, with military, administrative, entertainment, agricultural, and natural districts, each serving a specific function within the larger system of eternal governance. The cumulative effect of these discoveries, the soldiers, the officials, the acrobats, the musicians, the birds, the horses, the exotic animals, is an understanding that the mausoleum was designed with a comprehensiveness that leaves almost nothing to chance. Every need of the emperor in life was anticipated and provided for in death. He would have an army to protect him, a bureaucracy to administer his affairs, entertainers to amuse him, musicians to soothe him, gardens to walk in, animals to observe, and chariots to carry him from one pleasure to another. The only thing the tomb could not provide was life itself, the breath, the heartbeat, the consciousness that would allow the emperor to experience the extraordinary world that had been built for him. And this, of course, is the central irony of the entire enterprise, that the most comprehensive preparation for existence ever undertaken was a preparation for a form of existence that the preparer could not, by definition, experience. The tomb is perfect. Its only flaw is that its intended occupant is dead. Zix, the stone armour. In Pit K 9801, approximately 200 metres southeast of the tomb mound, archaeologists found 87 sets of stone lamellar armour, and the armour raises a question that illuminates the entire tomb. Lamellar armour constructed from small overlapping plates, lamellae, connected by lacing or wire, was a standard military technology in the Warring States and Qin periods. The armour worn by the terracotta warriors is a faithful representation of lamellar construction, with each plate individually sculpted and the connecting ties rendered in clay. The armour in Pit K 9801 replicates this construction in limestone. Each set consists of hundreds of thin stone plates, carefully shaped and drilled, connected with bronze wire. The stone is pale grey-green, smoothly finished, and heavy, far too heavy to be worn in combat, even by the most robust soldier. A complete set of stone lamellar armour weighs roughly 18 kilograms. Not an impossible burden, perhaps, but combined with the rigidity of stone, which does not flex or yield as leather or metal does, the armour would have been essentially unwearable. It is, in the most literal sense, armour that cannot armour. This is the concept of Mingqi at its most explicit. Mingqi spirit articles are objects produced specifically for burial, made from materials that render them non-functional in the living world but symbolically functional in the afterlife. The tradition has deep roots in Chinese funerary practice, extending back to the Shang dynasty and beyond. The logic of Minki rests on a cosmological assumption that the afterlife is a parallel realm where objects function according to spiritual rather than physical laws, where the essence or spirit of an object matters more than its material properties, and where stone armour protects as effectively as bronze armour because the threats it must defend against are spiritual, not physical. Stone, in some interpretive frameworks, also carried apotropaic properties, the power to ward off evil spirits, to protect the deceased from supernatural assault, to create a barrier between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The stone armour in K9801 may have been designed not to protect the Emperor from human enemies, the Terracotta Army, with its real bronze weapons. Handled that function, but to protect him from something worse, the ghosts, the demons, the supernatural forces that inhabited the underworld, and that even an army of 8,000 warriors, armed with real crossbows and real swords, might not be equipped to fight. The stone armour, in this reading, represents a different category of defence within the tomb's layered security system. The Terracotta Army defends against material threats. The stone armour defends against immaterial ones. The tomb is not merely a military fortress, but a cosmological one, an installation protected on multiple planes of existence against enemies both physical and metaphysical, using weapons both real and symbolic. It is, if you will, a defense-in-depth strategy applied to the problem of eternal survival, with each layer of protection addressing a different category of threat. The legalists, who designed the living empire's legal code to cover every conceivable contingency, would have approved. A system is only as strong as its weakest point, and the weakest point in the system of eternal governance was the one that no amount of bronze could address: the possibility that death itself was hostile, that the underworld was dangerous, and that the Emperor's spirit would require protection of a kind that transcended the material. The stone armour also gives us something else, a glimpse of the labour involved. Each set of armour required the cutting, shaping, drilling and polishing of hundreds of individual stone plates, followed by the painstaking assembly of those plates into a coherent garment using bronze wire. The craftsmanship is meticulous, the plates are uniform in size and shape, the drill holes are precisely placed, the wire connections are secure. This is skilled work, performed by trained artisans working within the same system of production marks and quality control that governed the manufacture of the terracotta warriors. The stone armour took time, skill and organisational coordination to produce, and it was produced for an army that could not wear it, to fight enemies that may not have existed, in a world that the living could not verify. The labour was real, the purpose was spiritual. And the gap between the two, between the physical effort of cutting and drilling stone and the metaphysical goal of protecting an emperor's ghost, is the gap in which the entire tomb exists, poised between the material and the immaterial, the practical and the symbolic, the real and the imagined. XX, the labourers and the cost. We have spent considerable time admiring what was built. It is necessary, now, to acknowledge who was consumed by the building. West of the tomb complex, near the village of Zhao Baihu, archaeologists have discovered mass burial grounds containing the remains of labourers who worked and died constructing the mausoleum. The graves are not elaborate. They are pits, functional, undifferentiated, the kind of burial that requires the minimum expenditure of effort on the part of those doing the burying. The bodies were not arranged with care. They were deposited, sometimes stacked, sometimes jumbled, with the casual efficiency of a system that needed to dispose of the dead and return to the work of serving the living. Among the remains, archaeologists have found ceramic fragments inscribed with information about the deceased, names, hometowns, and, in some cases, the nature of their punishment or the crime that had brought them to the labour force. These inscriptions tell us that the workers came from across the empire from the former states of Chu, Qi, Zhao and others, and that many were convicts, sentenced to hard labour as punishment for crimes that, in the Qin legal code, could range from the serious to the trivial. The Qin legal system, shaped by legalist principles, was designed to be comprehensive and severe. Punishments were calibrated to the offence but tended toward the harsh end of the spectrum. Forced labour, physical mutilation, including tattooing, amputation of the nose or feet, and castration, and death. The system also incorporated the principle of collective punishment kin liability, in which the family members of a criminal could be punished for that individual's crime. This means that among the labourers buried at Xiaobeihu, there were almost certainly women and children, wives, sons and daughters, condemned not for their own actions, but for the actions of a husband or father. The skeletal remains bear this out. Female and juvenile remains have been found in the burial grounds, and the condition of many of the skeletons showing evidence of severe physical stress, malnutrition, and, in some cases, trauma consistent with beatings or other forms of violence, tells a story that the terracotta warriors, with their serene expressions and perfect postures, do not. The estimated 700,000 labourers who worked on the mausoleum over its approximately 38-year construction period were, by any modern definition, forced workers. They did not volunteer. They were conscripted, drawn from the general population through the corvée labour system that required every able-bodied man to perform a term of state service, or transferred from the prison system as part of their sentence, or swept up in the system of kin liability that could condemn an entire family for one member's transgression. They worked under conditions of extreme physical hardship, excavating millions of cubic metres of earth, compacting rammed earth walls, transporting clay and bronze and stone across a construction site that covered 6 square kilometres, firing kilns, hauling materials, and performing the 1,000 unnamed tasks that a project of this scale demanded. They died in numbers that are impossible to calculate, but that the burial grounds at Xiaobeihu hint at being substantial. And when they died, they were buried without ceremony in unmarked pits, identified only by the fragments of ceramic that recorded their names and origins, fragments that, with a kind of accidental irony, have survived longer than any other record of their existence. Sima Qian's account adds a final detail that, if accurate, represents the project's most deliberate act of cruelty. He records that after the emperor's burial, the craftsmen who had constructed the tomb's interior mechanisms, the men who knew the layout of the crossbow traps, the location of the mercury rivers, the configuration of the burial chamber were sealed inside, alive, when the outer doors were closed. Their expertise was their death sentence. They knew too much, and the security of the tomb required that their knowledge die with them. Whether this account is historically accurate, or a literary device employed by a Han Dynasty historian to underscore Qin barbarity, is debatable. What is not debatable is that the tomb was built by people who had no choice in the matter, who laboured under coercion, who suffered and died in the service of another man's vision of eternity, and who received, for their efforts, unmarked graves and ceramic identity tags that would wait 22 centuries for someone to read them. The discomfort this produces is, I think, appropriate. The Terracotta Army is one of humanity's great achievements, a work of art, engineering and organisational genius that rightly inspires awe. It is also a monument built on forced labour, suffering and death, a monument whose beauty is inseparable from the cruelty that produced it. These two facts do not cancel each other out. They coexist, as they coexist in so many of humanity's grandest projects, from the pyramids of Egypt to the cathedrals of medieval Europe, to the railroads and dams and monuments of the modern era. The capacity to create beauty and the willingness to inflict suffering are not opposites. They are, in the historical record, frequent companions. And the Terracotta Army asks us to hold both truths simultaneously, to admire the artistry and to remember the artisans, to marvel at the faces and to mourn the faceless, to stand at the edge of the pit and feel wonder and, beneath the wonder, the weight of what the wonder cost.